All right, it says we're live, and good morning, everyone. I'm a little tired, to be honest, but I'm here. I'm excited. First sprints in the month of July. I just came back from a whirlwind trip, as I call it, because I left Wednesday and I drove back yesterday. So I went to go see my dad for the 4th of July. So me and the family went and we had fun. The cats, as you can tell, this one missed me a bunch. So he's hanging out with me. Yeah, you're out. Yeah. He's hanging out. He's a little moody this morning because he got in trouble. But I'm going to be doing a couple of different things this morning because I want to continue reading A Court of Thorns and Roses, but I also want to tab it out so that I can read it over several days. And I also have to do the same with this one. I started it, but I want to tab it out so that I can read it. I did 2 tabs, but I think I'm going to tab it so I can read over the course of 4 days. So we're going to tab this one, we're going to tab this one, and we're going to tab Twisted Hate to get that one read this week. And if that wasn't enough, I'm going to tab this one so that I can read it because I'm buddy reading it with Katie over at I Would Rather Be Reading. And I'm going to put her link because sprinting this morning. So I will find her sprints and you guys can go and say hi as well. Let's see what everyone is doing. Good morning, Tori. How are you? What are you going to be working on? Tina is here. Good morning. I'm going to be working on school stuff this morning. I know my children, they have their summer workbooks and they got caught up. And then my daughter, she actually finished her workbook, but she has to go back and color the things that she needs to color. Because when we were doing it, we were sitting at the car dealership so that my brakes could get changed. And so she finished her workbook. We sat there for like 5 hours. Because apparently a brake job takes 1 to 3 hours. And it took them an hour and a half to do the multi-point inspection on my car. And they gave me a list of like 10 to 12 different things, and they wanted me to pay like $3,400 for all of it. And I was like, no, because I can do some of this myself. It's just a matter of doing it. So, because they wanted to charge me like $70 for was it the cabin air filter or the engine filter? I can't remember. But they wanted to charge me for both of those. And I said, no, I can do it myself. And it cost me, for both filters, it cost me it might have been $60 for both filters. And it took my husband 5 minutes to put them in, and they wanted to charge me $70 for one filter. It was crazy. I said, no, thank you. The only thing I had them do was change my brakes because they needed it. But other things, it was like, that's not due yet. That's not due yet. I can do that myself. And I was like, no. So I took $3,400 worth of work and turned it into $600 because they only did the brakes, and the rest of the stuff I can do and or can be done at a later time. So a lot of people don't know that because sometimes dealerships will quote you the feel good stuff. So you're like, ooh, I feel good because I got all this stuff done. But you're also like, you're either doing the maintenance too early because they also wanted me to do my timing belt, but I just broke 80,000 miles on my car. So that timing belt does not need to be replaced until like 100,000 miles. So you have to be aware of when things get done. Otherwise, they will try to make you change it early, and then that's money in their pocket. So it's crazy. But I'm glad that I did get my brakes done. Wow is right. And I even showed the quote to my husband, and he was like, no. He was like, just tell them to focus on the brakes and don't do anything else because we can change the cabin filter and we can change the engine air filter. Those don't take a lot of time to do. Because you also have to remember if you go to a dealership or any kind of like car maintenance place or auto body shop and they do this stuff, you're not only they're charging you for the part, they're charging you for the labor and basically the time it takes for them to do it on your car. And I know how to do a lot of things on my car. So if I can do it, then that saves me money and I don't have to worry about paying somebody else to do it. It's only the big things that I do that I will take it to a dealership or a mechanic to do for me. And that's mainly like the engine stuff or the brakes. Brakes they'll do. I can do my own oil change. I can rotate my own tires. I can change out fluids or add fluids, that kind of thing. I don't need somebody to do it for me. Hello, Lily. You're going to be reading Good Half Gone by, is that Taryn Fisher? I've never heard of that one. Let's look that up. Is it Good Half Gone? That cover looks a little creepy. She's in water. So this is it a thriller type? A mystery thriller, maybe? Ooh, it sounds good. I might have to look into that one. I'll see if my library has it. And I did start a little later than usual today because of us coming back from the trip. We started at noon and we drove the 10 hours it takes to go from my dad's to here. So we didn't get home until like 10:30 last night. So we unloaded the car, everybody went to sleep, and then we all kind of slowly slept in and got up. I think everybody was up before 9:30 this morning, but we still got to sleep in and we were sleeping back in our own beds. Yes, a thriller. Very heavy, but good so far. Ooh, okay. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've read any thrillers really. I'm more of a paranormal and romance. I've slowly been getting into fantasy because I've read the Crescent City series by Sarah J. Maas, which apparently I wasn't supposed to read yet before. I read Crescent City before I read ACOTAR and Throne of Glass, and I should have read Throne of Glass and ACOTAR first, but you know, is there really a right way to read anything unless it's in series order? I don't think so. So I've already read Crescent City. I enjoyed it. But now I'm going to go through and read ACOTAR and learn more about those characters because they made an appearance in one of the books for Crescent City. If you know, you know. If not, then you'll find out. And then I'll go back and read Throne of Glass. So we're just going backwards. It's fine. You should read Layla by Colleen Hoover. It's a mystery paranormal type book. I have a couple of Colleen Hoovers. I have not read a Colleen Hoover yet. I'm trying to think of which ones I have, because I don't see them on my shelf. I know I have Verity, and everyone keeps telling me I need to read that one. And then, what's the other ones? It Ends With Us, I think, and its sequel. And then I have one more, two more. November 9 comes to mind, and I want to say the other one is Regretting You. I'm not 100% sure. Some of them were gifts, and I need to get to them. So I really liked Verity. I've been told that when I read that one, I have to let my friend know, because he wants to know if I'm team manuscript, or team. I don't know what the other team is. I forgot. Manuscript or not manuscript, I think. I don't remember. I just want to read it. I haven't read It Ends With Us yet. I have read neither. Like I said, I haven't read any Colleen Hoover. I'm going to do that, because I think what I'm going to do for the rest of the year is I want to focus on the series stuff that's here on these shelves, but I also want to I've created, or I am going to create, a little jar that has slips of paper with an author's name on it instead of titles. And whatever author I pick out, I'm just going to read every book that I have by that author, because there are some authors that I have almost every book that they've published, and I have not read most of them. So, I think I have a lot of Jennifer L. Armentrout, V.E. Schwab, Colleen Hoover. These books up here, that's Kim Harrison. I haven't read any of her books. Those were given to me by a friend who was moving and didn't want those anymore, because she had all of the, I guess, ebook versions. So we'll see. And then I've got the Sarah J. Maas books that I need to finish. And there's a couple of other ones, like Cassandra Clare. I need to read all of those. I have too many to, I'll have to do a list, but that's probably one of the things that I will do. I'll write a list of all the authors that I have like more than 4 books of, and those will be the ones that I focus on. Yes, it's a very good idea, right? At least I read those, can see where the author's writing is, and then read those books and get them off my TBR shelf. My TBR is quite atrocious, and I don't have an e-reader of any kind, so no Kindle Unlimited, no Kindle itself, no Nook or any kind of like ebook reader. I don't have those. So when I say my TBR is huge, I mean it's physically huge. My last count, and I do have to update it, I think I had 850, maybe more. So, and I don't think I will get through all of those books this year. By means, no. I probably have enough reading to last me for a couple of years. But my goal is to, over the next, I'll say 3 years, I want to dwindle it down. I want to read what I have on my shelves. If I love it, then I'll keep it. If I don't love it, then it goes. And I've also thought about doing where if it's a series and I read the first book in the series and I don't like the first book, then the rest of the series gets donated with the first book. Because if I don't like the first one, then chances are I'm not going to like the rest of the series, and I don't want to waste my time with it when I can be reading other things. So that's probably what I'll do. I just have to set it up, and I think I'll start with doing the read a author a month or see how many books of said author I can get. There is like a cat hair or something in the corner of my eye. All right. It was like my own hair or something. It was like in the corner of my eye. 4 more minutes and we'll get the first sprint started. I have a lot to do today since we just came back from the trip, so we're going to be doing 2 45-minute sprints and a 30-minute sprint. And then I have to go fold laundry and unpack and do that laundry. And then prep for the week. Because we're doing all of the things this week. Lily says, so true. I recently unhauled 43 books and bought 4 new ones. LOL, over a couple of months though. Yes. I've also, starting June 1st, I went on a book buying ban because in the months, so I didn't buy any books for January, February, and March. But then in April and May, it was like I made up for not buying books in those 3 months because I think I bought 15 books in April. And then I bought, I want to say like 20 to 25 books in May because I bought books around Mother's Day and I bought books for my birthday. My husband took me on a birthday book shopping spree. So there's where some of my books came from. And then I bought a few books before the end of May. So I said June 1st, that's it. Like, that's the cutoff. We're going to do a book buying ban, and then we're going to start trying to read through all the books that I bought in those 2 months, and then some. Oh, wow, yes. I might slightly have a small reading problem. When does school start for your little ones? August. We don't know the exact date. I saw on the school calendar, they said tentatively the 12th of August, but they could change it. We also have to figure out when their meet the teacher day is, because that's usually like a day before school starts, because what they do is they meet the teacher and we turn in, or I guess give the teacher their school supplies, and then the teacher sets them up for the school year. So they have to have like a binder for their agenda. They have to have 3 different colored folders for different activities. They have to have notebook paper or composition books that are for different subjects. My kids go to a magnet school, so everything is organized and color coded, and because they do music, art, strings, which is like violin. They also do Spanish and they do PE. Those are their like electives, I guess you can say. But then they also have like a rigorous schedule of like they come in, they do their morning routine, they put their stuff away, they do math, science. I don't know if they're doing history yet. I would have to look and see. They usually give us a schedule of how their school day is going to go. So, but yeah, they start in August and the school year ends at the end of May. So, which I thought was weird because I'm used to starting in September, but I lived up north, so it works out. It works out. Nice. Oh, hey. Hi, Sam. How are you? What are you going to be working on? I'll be editing some videos today. I need to do that later as well because I thought I had one ready to go and uploaded for yesterday, and I did not. So that video that was supposed to go up yesterday, I'll see what happened, if it didn't go or if it didn't get uploaded. I believe I edited it. I just maybe didn't upload it. If that's the case, then I will upload it today, so you'll have a new video at some point later today. And then I have to do a video for Wednesday and next Saturday, I think. I don't know, but like I said, we're doing all of the things today. All right, I think we've reached the bottom of the comments. I don't see any more coming in. So let me pull up the cat. We are a minute behind, but that's okay. And we will go ahead and start the first sprint. So I will see everyone back in 45 minutes. Happy reading, happy sprinting. All right. Welcome back from our first sprint. How did everyone do? I didn't get any reading done that sprint, but I did fold 4 loads of laundry and I tabbed 4 books for reading this week. Because I'm gonna try to read 4 books this week. What I'm doing is I'm reading up to a certain point. So, like, if you see, I have, and I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's like little tabs right here. So, my goal is to get to the first tab and then switch to a different book and then say read this one, and you can see the tabs there. This one will be read in 6 days. This one will be read in 4 days. And then I have 2 others that I think will be read in 4 days. Yeah. So this one has 4 tabs. So I'll be reading The Cleaning House, A Court of Thorns and Roses, Twisted Hate, and The Wren in the Holly Library. That's my buddy read for the week. So I did not find the link, but let me see if I can find it real quick. Because I did not sign into my YouTube channel. And I should have. I can pull it up real quick. Because it's right there. I can just copy the link and then say, go say hello to Katie. And then, hit the like button, say hi, sprint hop if you want. But those are her sprints. I don't know how long she's going for. Her and I usually sprint roughly about the same time. So, yeah, go check her out. There will be more during the day, I believe. And I'll try to post more as I finish up today's sprints. But, yeah, let's see what you guys got up to and where we left off. I think this was the one that I had started to start with. Tina says it is a May end and an August start here too. My nieces and nephews start school August 8th. It's super early this year. Oh, I will have to double check because I think ours may have said the 12th, but I wonder if they changed it. Because, why not?
It's not at the door.
It's my son came in. Someone's at the door.
Daddy got it.
Okay. He was like, someone's at the door. And I was like, yes, I know. Because their grandfather's coming over for a few minutes to talk to my husband. It's his dad, so. Oh, wow. Yeah, we have a similar, I was saying, oh, wow, because we have a similar start and end. Because I think this past school year, they ended like May 24th. And like I said, I think they go back August 12th. So that gives them a good solid 2 months and like 2 weeks of summer break, roughly. Obi-Wan impression voice, hello there. I have no idea. I can't do an Obi-Wan. But Rope, hello. Currently cleaning the car, finishing leftovers from Tar, i.e. books I started in June but didn't finish yet. Fair enough. I have a couple of those as well, but I'm going to focus on my July TBR, and if I get that done early enough, then I will focus on anything that is left over. Hello, everyone. Hello, Devin. What are you going to be working on or reading? Sam says, I got one video edited. It's uploading now. Nice. Very productive in that one. I finished revising chapter 23 of book 2 and running it through Pro Writing Aid. What is that? That sounds interesting. Is that a program that you can use for editing. There, I posted the link for Katie's sprints. So you can go sprint hop, say hello, hit the like button, support all of the booktubers. I'm also finishing a lesson plans for an advanced certification project. There are 7 more components I need to finish before moving on to the final project. Wow. What kind of project is it? Like, what kind of lesson plans and stuff? Is it a particular subject or just in general? That sounds like it's a multi-step process in order to do. I think we went through the comments already, and we still have 4 minutes before the next sprint. Pro Writing Aid is a grammar checker. When I finish a chapter, I clean it up before sending it to my beta readers. Ooh, that sounds super helpful. I may have to look into that when I get back into my writing and stuff. I am doing Camp NaNoWriMo. I have to see. I think I'm supposed to write like 667 words each day to reach my goal, but usually when I write, I can easily knock out, if it's 667, I can knock out 2 days worth in a day. So I may also do that this week. I have to look at my schedule before I commit to this stuff because I know there's an appointment this week for the kids. I think they have a dentist appointment. And then I think my husband had an appointment. I don't know. I have to look at my planner. That's the other thing I'm doing today is updating my planners, making sure that I'm ready for the week and I know who's going to be where and who's doing what. And I have to sign up for my kids' swim lessons. They just finished one session. That was kind of like a beginner refresher course. Now we're moving into like semi-private lessons so that it's just those two focused on the instructor, and they can hopefully be swimming on their own by the end of, I think it's 6 weeks, I think. So we'll see. It's a capstone project for my advanced TESOL certification. Oh. Is that like a teaching? Maybe? Teaching education? I was trying to think of what TESOL stands for. Let's Google it, because why not? Teaching English to speakers of other languages. Oh, okay. I should have known that. That sounds like a lot of work. Now, when you teach, because you're teaching English to other speakers or speakers of other languages, what is your most common, like, they speak this language, but they're trying to learn English? It's better than Grammarly. Oh, the writing aid, Pro Writing Aid. Ooh, I will have to look into that. I'm always trying to like spell check and see if my sentences, because I do a lot of like run-on sentences, and I just go, here's what my one complete thought, but my one complete thought is probably like 3 or 4 sentences in one, and I just mush it all together haphazardly. This is bad because I was an English major. I need to send Arizona State University a portfolio of 14 different 6-minute videos of me teaching and a lesson plan to accompany each video clip. Ooh! Wow. So this is something that you have to do for like entering into a program? Or is this to finish off a program? That sounds like a lot. Excuse me, Kat. We're not ready for you yet. Almost ready. Oh, wow. Yes, I agree. That is, oh, wow. I need to check my planner for next week too. I need to move some appointments back. My book is due for line edits July 14th. Wow. That's exciting, isn't it? One day I will hopefully be in that spot. I would like to send something for publication, but I have too many ideas and I can't focus on just one. So I'm working on focusing on just one and then the other. Teaching English to speakers of other languages. Spanish. Ooh, there's a lot of those here in Florida. I'm near Miami, so we get a lot of South Americans and Cubans. Oh, okay. I am close to the Tampa side. So my husband does do a lot of uh, solid waste. He does a lot of solid waste work, and a lot of times he goes back and forth um, to the Miami area and Tampa, but he works the entire state. So, wow. hmm Totally agree on about PWA. Love it. Oh, okay. But I get at least one Ukrainian every term. Wow. Hello, Luis. Yes, welcome in. What are you going to be working on or reading today? My punctuation is so horrible. I'm right there with you. Like I said, I do a lot of run-on sentences because my brain just says get it out on paper, and then I have to go back and look at it several times because if I look at it, then I just go, what was I trying to say? And then I have to like start, not necessarily start over, but like start that brick over and go, okay, what was I trying to say here so that I could break it up into sentences? It's so horrible. Rope says, and we get various Asians too, Indians, Bangladese, Taiwanese, Japanese, Koreans. Wow. So you get a whole bunch of different uh, ethnicities. That's awesome. Edits are exciting, the deadline not so much. Yeah, I'm kind of terrified. Like I don't it depends on what I'm doing is depending on if my working under pressure works out or not. If I have to like say pack for a trip, yeah, I could pack under pressure all day long. But if I have to do like the edits or whatever, or if I have to write a paper, not so much. Not so much. I'm in Florida too. Hey, Floridians. We have so many here, don't we? We should all get together and just sit down somewhere and read. Take over like a small hotel or something. Gators, oranges. Yep. We've seen quite a few on our trip. Like because we passed through Florida and then right at the beginning, I believe it's the beginning of Georgia, where they have like the grassy areas. Ooh, that's an idea. Do an Airbnb. I did a writer's retreat once, and we went to an Airbnb. It was fun. I tried to get a lot of writing done, and I think I got half of my goal because we were socializing too much. But hey, that's okay. All right, I think we've reached the end of the comments. I'm going to pull up Zicat again, and we'll go for our second 45-minute sprint. So happy reading, happy productivity, and I'll see everyone back in 45 minutes. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. How did everyone do on that sprint? What did I do? I feel like I did a lot of things, but it was little things. I tabbed 2 more books because I'm crazy and I'm going to try to finish all 6 of them this week. We'll see, because I'm going to prioritize 4 of them. And then the other 2 are smaller. So we'll see. Because if I read all 6 books and finish them in 1 week, that's 527 pages a day. That was part of what I was doing for that sprint. I went and talked to my father-in-law and got a snack. I think this is supposed to be like a devil's food chocolate donut of sorts. It's all right, a little dry. I wrote out the books that I want to read this week and tabbed them. So, like, a lot of them, I have to read like 90 pages a day. However, I do have the audiobooks for most of them. So, it's feasible, I think. But we'll see. The one that I'm prioritizing the most is called The Wren in the Holly Library, because that's the one that I'm buddy reading with Katie from I Would Rather Be Reading. And then I have a library book called Cleaning House that is due back, I think, let me see. I was just looking at my library account. It's due back in 11 days, and there's one person waiting for it. So I have to read that one so I can turn it in. And then the rest of them are like the current reads that 2 of them are from my road trip. I was going to read 1 book going up and 1 book coming back, and that did not pan out. So we're going to try to read those books this week to get them finished. I started them, but I did not finish them. So I have to see, because I know Phantom Eyes will finish out a series, but I don't think there's an audiobook for that one. So I'll have to physically read it. Cleaning House, A Court of Thorns and Roses, Twisted Hate, A Wren in the Holly Library, and 5 Broken Blades all have audiobooks, I believe. So I know I have the audiobook for Cleaning House and The Wren in the Holly Library. For sure, I have the audiobooks for those. I have to double check and make sure that I have the audiobook for the rest of them. And then tomorrow morning, after I do what I need to do, I'm just gonna get to reading. And I'm only gonna read like Cleaning House. I have to read 68 pages today, and I will finish in 4 days. So a lot of them are not like, it won't take me long to read them. And depending on how I feel as I'm reading it, I may continue on and get ahead. But most of them, let's see, 4 days, 4 days. One takes 6 days, one takes 5 days, 4 days, and the other one takes 5 days. So if I were to just go by the page count of what I need to read each day, I could potentially finish 2 of them, 3 of them by Thursday, and I could finish 2 of them by Friday, and then the last one I would finish on Saturday. So in reality, if I focus on those, then I'll be fine. And then that bumps up my finish count from 60 to 66. And then I just need to finish the other 1, 2, 3, 4 books for the month, I think. And then I had 2 extra reads. So I could potentially finish July's TBR by the middle of the month. And then the second half of the month, I would read anything that I didn't finish last month, which I think was like 1 or 2 books. But it's fine, because all of them will get read. Let's see where you guys where we left off. Before the sprint, we were talking about getting together and having either a writer's retreat where we can get like an Airbnb. Rope said we could do a bookworm Airbnb where we just get together, socialize, hang out, and read. Right? That even if it's just for a weekend, that would be awesome. And that was me saying it would be awesome. We did have a few people join us, like Anna. Hello, Anna. Hi, everyone. Hope you're doing okay. I just came back from walking Tesla, about to have a chat with my partner about productivity and what we can do to improve. That is accordingly, prioritize accordingly. And then she'll be reading after that. What are you going to be reading, Anna? And I totally agree. I have been prioritizing things that need to get done. And I honestly don't know how she does it, but my stepmom, Virginia, she is 67, and I mean, she is from Filipino descent, but she like cooks, she cleans, she has a garden that she's doing, and I look at her and I'm tired. So I don't know how she does it, but if I could like get things done almost like she does, then my goodness, I could increase productivity so much. But listen, we were there for like the equivalent of 3 days, and I thought for sure with all of the food that she had at each meal, I thought for sure I was going to gain 10 pounds. But I didn't gain that I know of. I didn't, because I checked my weight this morning, and last time I was weighed, I was 150. And I weighed myself this morning and I was 150. So I don't know. I don't know how I didn't gain weight. Maybe it's delayed and I'll be like 5 pounds heavier later this week. I don't know. But she had all kinds of food. For breakfast, she did like turkey bacon, regular bacon. She did sausage. She had spicy sausage for my dad and Alan because they like spicy stuff. She had eggs. She had fruit. And it wasn't just like one kind of fruit. She had watermelon and bananas and strawberries and cherries. And she also had toast. And I mean, I was full after every meal. And my family has a saying where if you go hungry, it's your own fault. I did not go hungry by any means. Because even after, like, I think we had pizza for lunch one day and like huge pizza. For dinner one night, she had made a chicken curry for Alan because it's like really spicy. Me and my dad cannot really handle spice. So, but she had made the chicken curry for her and Alan. She also had steak and like handmade mashed potatoes. She had egg rolls. She had more fruit. She had fruit with every meal. I forget what the vegetable was besides the mashed potatoes. There was something else. She had a baked macaroni and cheese. I mean, you name it, that woman had it. And we ate good for those days that we were there. And I'm like, I'm still full thinking about all the food. Hello all. Hello Jen. What are we working on and doing today? You'll see my cat in the background. He's trying to figure out where he wants to sit. He's being a pain this morning. What are you doing? Huh? He missed me, so he's like, I'm not going to let you out of my sight. Yeah, you're not going to let me out of your sight. Swank says, howdy everybody. Hi, Swank. What are we working on or reading today? No, you cannot sit on the table. Sit in front of me, okay? Devin says, still here, just lurking. Lurk away. You're fine. I'm not ready for you, cat. Here's Katie stopping by to say hi and hit the like button. Hope your stream has been going well. So far, so good. I hope hers is going well as well. I did hop over and say hello and hit the like button. Stopping by to say hi and hit the like button. I believe this is Shauna, but Books with Dreamcatcher. Hello, hello. Wrote 596 words and got house stuff done. That is very productive. Sam got 2 videos uploaded. Nice. Hey, Jen and Sam. Hi, Shauna. I was right. Hi, Anna. Hi, Anna. Did the talk go well? I hate having those. The talk? Which talk? Oh, maybe the productivity talk. I hope that did go well. Please send my heart to Lorelai. Will do. She's a little tired this morning, but I think she's already doing her switch time. They missed having the switch while we were at Pop Pop and Nanai's house. That's my dad and my stepmom. I always fall back on the excuse of work and school as to why I don't clean and cook a lot, but there is some downtime in there. I am not going 24 hours a day. No, and nobody should, because you have to make sure that you're doing self-care and you're making sure that, you are taken care of so that you can keep doing those things. I have started doing like a schedule for certain things. I won't do it today because I have to go to the grocery store, but tomorrow I'll be doing some meal prep for the week. Today is laundry, unpack, and kind of tidy up as we go. I do have to clean up around my desk because that was a hot mess. And I tried to clean it up before we left, but there's a few other things I want to clean up. And then I also want to I have to do like meal planning, like dinner prep. I have a calendar where it just shows you the monthly spread, and then I write down each day of what I'm going to be cooking or making for each day. Now, Sundays and Wednesdays are leftover days, so I don't cook that day. Friday is usually always a pizza day, so again, I don't really cook that day. I mean, if it's like a DiGiorno pizza, then that's cooking, but it's not really. So I really only cook Monday and Tuesday. Monday is usually a chicken, some sort of chicken. Tuesday is some sort of beef. We usually do like Taco Tuesday, so variants of that. Tacos or taco salad. I've also even made a taco pasta salad, um, which is just basically taking and making any kind of pasta you want, whether it be rotini or um, little elbow noodles or whatever shells, whatever you kind of noodle you want. And then we do the taco meat, lettuce, cheese. We'll add in tomatoes if we want. We have sour cream and a queso dip, and there's also guacamole. So it just depends on what kind of toppings you want for your taco. And then Wednesday, like I said, is leftovers. So anything that was made Monday and Tuesday has to be eaten up. And then Thursday is either a chicken, a beef, or a fish. Sometimes I'll do spaghetti on Thursdays, or like a hamburger helper, or a cheesy chicken type meal. But I usually rotate. So it's usually chicken, beef, leftovers, chicken, pizza, and then Saturday would be a beef or fish or something, and then Sunday would be leftovers. So it just depends on what recipes I have, what recipes I want to use, what recipes I want to try, what we haven't had in a while. So I try to do a rotation of things. My cat is over there, and he's like getting into things he shouldn't be getting into. But yeah, it's a lot. And so you can't be going 24 hours a day, but I've tried to break it up so that I meal plan one day, meal prep the next day, because I can go to the grocery store and get stuff. And then I also have certain days of the week are certain days that I clean. So today is just kind of a tidy up. Tomorrow I will like clean up dust and stuff in the living room. Tuesdays are bathrooms. I have 3 bathrooms, so I have to clean all of them. He is sitting on my clean clothes. Wednesday, I will do bedrooms, so everyone's bedrooms will get tidied up, change sheets, that type of thing. Kids usually clean their bedrooms today, but since we weren't here for a couple of days, then they really don't have much to clean. They just have to tidy up and unpack. Thursday, I usually do the kitchen and dining room. Friday is kind of like a catch-all tidy up. I'll come in here and work on the library. Saturday and Sunday is usually just a vacuum, laundry, tidy up where it needs to be, and get ready for the week. So it seems to be working, but we have to see. We play it by ear depending on what each day brings. So one day at a time. Hi, kitty. They're saying hello to you and you're over there. Come here. Come here. See? They're saying hi. We have Ralphie today. He's my one that's not very happy. He wasn't happy that I was gone for a couple days. Okay. Let go of the shirt. Thank you. Here, sit down. You can sit next to me in the chair. He's a pain in the fur butt. I envy people like her. My sister-in-law cooked every meal almost when we traveled with them. Yeah, I don't know how they do it. Well, and in all honesty, I know how to cook, but I don't know how to cook from scratch, if that makes sense. Like everything, I'll say most of the things that I cook are from a box, a frozen meal, or it's instant. But my mom also didn't know how to really cook from scratch. So I've been kind of teaching myself how to do those things. One of the things that I'm going to prep for this week is maple glazed carrots. So I have the carrots, if they're still good, because I bought them last week. If not, then I will buy new ones. But I have the carrots and I have like the other ingredients. I also have to get green peppers to do stuffed green peppers. But a lot of this stuff I'm just recently learning how to do. So, yeah, I don't know how they do it. And I know that like for her, she's always like cooked and cleaned up and stuff. But where does she store that energy? You know what I mean? I do not. I do not have that energy. I wish I did. Hey, jumping back in, had some family come and took a dance break. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. We do dance breaks here at the house. Usually on Fridays, we'll have like music at nighttime and we'll just let the kids dance it out before bed. It, takes care of some of their energy level. Jen did client work and school work. Nice. Productive. Reading Nestlings. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. Who is that by? Let me see if I can look it up. Nestlings. The first one I see is by Nat Cassidy. That's an interesting cover. If this is the right one. Ooh. Okay, so this sounds like it's a horror novel. Let me know if I'm right. That cover looked creepy, but interesting at the same time. The talk went well. I'm sharing what I learned yesterday so we can each each apply that to what we have or want to do. It was a nice conversation. Oh, good. So it was a productive chat about productivity. Haha. See what I did there? I have mom jokes. I'm sorry. But that's good to talk about those things because then you can be on the same page. You can say, this is what I would like for us to have and to be able to do. And then here's what we need to do to get to that point. My husband and I do that all the time. We also have been trying to incorporate like budget meetings, something quick, 5-10 minutes. We can do it once a week or once every month. We haven't decided yet, but we're getting to the point where we're at a certain milestone in our debt free journey. So we want to start making sure that we see the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. Phooey, I left the volume on mute so I didn't hear the last couple of cats. Oh no! Well, you are here. We only had 2 sprints so far. We have one more. We have one more sprint. Laundry. Need to do that. Yep. We're doing that now. I have some folded clothes here on the floor I need to put in a basket and take to my closet. My husband basically just brought all of the laundry here in the library, and he says, "Here, I made it easy for you to fold." It's just stuff that we had from the trip. I mostly spent time rearranging my TBR Canvas spread. Ooh. I've been wanting to look into Canva, but the one time I attempted to use it, I've got very overwhelmed. Because I know people have been using Canva to create like their thumbnails and things. I do not. I have been using and creating my thumbnails in PowerPoint, Microsoft PowerPoint, and then I screen capture it and then clean it up in Paint. That's how I've been doing it. I remember having a young daughter and thinking more about what I'm cooking. Now we almost cook for ourselves all the time. Yes. And my children are picky eaters to an extent. My daughter still has somewhat of a texture issue. When she was transitioning from formula and baby food to solids, she wanted nothing to do with anything except crunchy. So she would only eat like Goldfish, Cheez-Its, any flavor potato chip, toast, anything that was crunchy. Trying to get her to eat any sort of fruit or vegetable or meat was like pulling teeth. Even the chicken nuggets were iffy, and they were like breaded chicken nuggets. We had to go through food therapy with her, and now she eats everything. But now her brother is kind of like, well, I don't like this, and I don't like that, and I'll only eat that if it's cold. And I'm like, okay. One day, I hope that both of them will be able to eat the same thing at the same temperature and eat with us. Why does Ralphie wear nappies? Ralphie is 13 years old and he does not like to use the litter box. So we put him in diapers because he peed on my daughter's bed at one point. And I don't want him peeing and pooping all over the house. I have checked with the veterinarian and she said sometimes that happens with older pets. They will become incontinent, and it's just you can limit them to where they can go and remind them that there's the litter box, but he does not like the litter box. So we're working with different strategies to get him to not pee and poop on my house, because about 3/4 of my house is carpet. We're hoping to switch to like hardwood or tile at some point, but until then, I don't want him relieving himself in various parts of the house, because he will hide when he does it. So, but it's not too hard to change. He probably is due for one now as we speak. So probably in the next sprint, I will change him and he'll be good to go. We do have we have a new litter box that we just set up. So we're going to show him that one and mark his paw in it and see if he'll use it. And then maybe we can stop using diapers, but we'll see. We'll see. Hello, Kat. Hey, Alicia and friends. Hope everyone is doing well. I'm editing a video. I did finish The Salt Grows Heavy by Cassandra Khaw this morning. It's my first book read for Summerween. What is Summerween? I have to look this one up. Who's in charge of that one? I'll look them up in the next sprint. Hey, Kat, good to see you. Congrats on finishing your first book for Summerween. Ooh, I wonder if I could use some of my books and participate in that. I know there's also the Hunger Games readathon this month, and we're also doing Camp NaNoWriMo. How's everyone doing on that that's participating? Hey, Anna, thanks. It was a 4-star read for me. Ooh, good. Yes, I'm a horror girl. I don't think I've read horror. But then again, I'm not big on like horror genre to begin with. All the old, even like the Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, I have never seen them. So any of the old classic horror movies, I have not seen them. I think I've seen like the Final Destination movies, and I've seen a couple of the Saw movies, but I know those are more not really horror. But I'm not big on horror things, because if I watch it, then I have to watch something funny or lighthearted in order to go to sleep at night. Otherwise, no. I like a good horror novel sometimes. Not me. I have never been to Halloween Horror Nights. Let's put it that way. I don't like horror things. I don't really cook from scratch either, Alicia. I really don't enjoy cooking, but I do like the eating part. LOL. Thankfully, my husband likes to cook. Unfortunately, I'm kind of the same way. I don't like to cook, but neither does my husband. So we came up with the I cook, he cleans. So I will cook dinner. And I've been kind of doing it where if I can cook it in 30 minutes or less, then that is the dinner. And then he cleans up dinner. So we try to share the responsibilities. He does the laundry, I fold the laundry, that kind of thing. And then we will work together to put the laundry away. He does the vacuuming. I will clean up after the cats, those kind of things. But I'm not very good at the cleaning part. Like, I can clean things, but it's not to his standards, so to speak. Because he was in the military, so they have that level of this is what they expect, and if it's not right, then you have to do it all over again. So he still has a little bit of that running through his brain. And so I let him clean and I help where I can. I'm okay with that. I want to be able to write it, but I'm not that great at it. Oh, the writing horror? I couldn't tell you where to begin. I've been kind of like, I have a couple of books that are like, I have one that's like writing romance for dummies, so to speak. It's like one of those books. I will check out those kinds of books from the library just to kind of get a sense of like the writing craft for different genres. I wonder if they have one for writing horror, like give you tidbits and like if you're trying to do this, then this is what you're going after type thing. I'll have to look up at my library and see, or just Google, and maybe I can find a book link or something to put in. Next sprint, I'll go buy a couple of things for lunch and make it while I listen to How High We Go in the Dark. That's an interesting title. I wonder what the cover looks like. What's it called again? How High We Go in the Dark. How high? Who is that by? Oh, apparently there's only one book. It took me straight to the book. Interesting cover. Haunting and Illuminous, it says. For fans of Cloud Atlas and Station 11. Oh, interesting. Set in 2030. Something about an archaeologist. Oh, interesting. I wouldn't be able to pronounce that author's names. Well, Sequoia Nagamatsu? I'm sorry if I butchered that. That sounds interesting. I will. Anna says, let me know if you need any help with Canva. I have to go back in and see where I'm at, because I think I did like the free version of it, but I haven't really been able to play with it a whole lot. So I'm gonna go in and see what to do. I like Canva, though. I've heard there have been some changes recently. Oh, I wonder what kind of changes. Mine is still picky at 19, and she went dairy and sugar-free. Fun times. Oh. I don't know if I could do that. Go dairy and sugar-free? I could probably do one or the other. But it depends, because I do cheese on my eggs at breakfast. So that's dairy times 2. But then you have milk for certain. I don't know. That'd be hard. Is that a preference? Like she wanted to go dairy and sugar-free, or is she allergic to some of those things? Oh, I don't know if I could go both. I could do one or the other. Canva is terrific. I love it. It reminds me of scrapbooking, which I love to do. There was a little learning curve, but once I got the hang of it, it's fun to use. I think that's where I'm at. I think I have that learning curve, and I don't want to say I'm struggling, but I get overwhelmed by the amount of steps, I guess. Because like when I use PowerPoint to make my things, I can add a photo, add my picture, and then put in the text. And then I'm pretty much done. And then I save it, and then I screen capture it, and then clean it up in Paint, and I'm done. But it seems to be more steps in Canva. Oh, I get it. Glad you could find a solution for Ralphie's issue. Yes. We first found out because it was like he would pee next to the litter box, or he would poop next to the litter box. And then one day I went to go change my daughter's sheets. And this was before, because she had her toddler bed, and this is before we changed her to the big girl bed. And I was wondering why her sheets were wet. So I was asking her, did you have an accident? Because she was still potty training. And she said, no. And I said, okay. But then, like, you do the smell test, and I didn't get too close, but it smelled like cat. So I was like, oh, okay. Let's keep an eye on him. And then he did it again, and I was like, okay, no, we need to do something. And that was supposed to be a temporary solution. So now we're trying to figure out how we can get him to reuse the litter box and not the house in various parts. Did you try getting him a new litter? Yep, we have several litter boxes. It's interesting that the veterinarian, because we have 3 cats, we should have 4 litter boxes. Why? I don't know. I get one for each cat and then an extra, because apparently cats, and I didn't know this, and even though I grew up with cats, when you're younger, you never really pay attention to um like how to take care of them, and then when you have them on your own, then it's just uh you figure out so many different things. And like the veterinarian was saying, well, sometimes cats will pee in one but poop in the other. And so if you have 3 cats, then you should have 4 litter boxes. And I was just like, what? Why? Where am I supposed to put these? Because I'm telling you right now, I'm not putting one here in the library. Right now, we have one in the laundry room, which apparently is not a good room because of the washer and dryer. But that's kind of like one of the only places that we can put one. And then I have their main one in the solarium on the other side of the house, because that was kind of like the room that we set them up in when we first moved into the house. So, and it's like, you want me to add 2 more litter boxes into this house, and I don't know where to put them where they're not going to be like seen and smelled. And I do have one outside as well, because they like to go out on the porch. But that still leaves me like, where would the other one go? So right now we have 2, and we clean them every day. I take out the litter and like scrub the litter box at least once to twice a month, depending on if it needs it. But you just answered my question. I don't know what your question was, but you're welcome. Maybe it was something about Ralphie. Anna says, if you have more than 1 cat, it's ideal to have a different litter box for each one in different places. Yep. We have 2, and 1 outside, I guess, so 3. But I don't, like, if I were to have 4, where would I put the 4th litter box? That's where I'm trying to figure it out. Gabby Reads host Summerween. It's a week-long readathon. Oh, it's already started, hasn't it? If it's already started, then I probably won't participate. It's a week. Okay. Jen says, I've always heard that, but I have always had 1. It didn't work when I was a crazy cat lady with 5 cats, but it's okay with 2. Yeah, and the other thing is too is we had 1 litter box. It was called the Litter Robot. So it has like a weight mechanism in the bottom, and every time your cat goes to the bathroom, you can set it up for however many minutes you want it to, but it will cycle. It will go around in a circle, and it'll separate the clean litter from like the pee clumps and the poop, and it will dump it into a tray on the bottom, and then it'll cycle and put the fresh litter back. So it cleans it that way, but our litter robot is not working at the moment. And we're also trying to decide, is this something that we can call to look like under the warranty stuff? Or is this something that, because I think we've only had the little robot for like a year or two. So I need to see if it's something that's covered under warranty and we can either have it fixed or replaced, or if this is not covered under warranty and we would have to buy a new one. If we have to buy a new one, I'm not too happy about that because the litter robot is like $700. Luckily, I had the funding when we bought the first one. I don't necessarily have the funding if we have to buy a second one. So, and I don't think he used the litter robot. So, I don't know what we're gonna do. We'll have to figure it out. That's because cats are not social animals, and when you're in the loo, you're the most vulnerable, and they feel the other cat may be a threat at that moment. I could see that. That makes sense. I wouldn't want someone to come in and mess with me while I'm in the bathroom. I could see it. I'm doing terrible with Camp NaNoWriMo. I'm doing too much at the same time. I'm vlogging my summer week. I'm hoping to get back to it this week. Same here, because I didn't do any writing since, I haven't done any writing since the 3rd, but I was also visiting with my dad, so I'm going to try to get back to it this week and get caught up. Maybe next, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but maybe I'll film a video of sorts and put in a timer and then do like Camp NaNoWriMo sprints, or just do like a live stream like this and just do like an hour-long sprint. And maybe I can post that sometime during the week. And anybody can go by and use the timer to do their Camp NaNoWriMo. I won't go to those where people jump out at me. Hate them. I'll go to the EAL haunted location any day of the week over those. Oh, a real haunted location? I would like to do some of those, like the real haunted locations, just to see. But a lot of the tours are at night, of course. So I don't do too well with things at nighttime. I just don't. I won't even play video games at night, okay? Everything is during the day. I think I did was it last year or the year before? I have a video on my channel that has like over 2,000 views. And all I did was I walked around Universal and I showed what the Halloween Horror Nights decorations look like during the day. And you don't even really see anything, because anything that is viewed as gruesome, they cover up with a tarp, so you can't see it if you're a daytime guest. But then as they close down the park and get ready for the Halloween Horror Nights section of the day, then they will go around and they will take the tarps off and get it ready. And then you'll have like the scare actors and all of the people that are like icons or whatever. But that's all I did. I don't even know how it got that many views, because I literally just walked around the park, said this was this, and this was the scare zone for this section, and this is what it looks like during the day. And I don't know, it got over 2,000 views. I might try to do that type of video again this year. I hear that they're going to have quite the selection of haunted houses and scare zones. I think they're going to be doing a Ghostbusters, the new one, the Frozen Empire. Is that the newest Ghostbuster movie? They're supposed to have a house on that. And then there's a couple of other ones. Stranger Things? Or was that last year? I'd have to look it up, because they have like 10 different houses and maybe 5 different scare zones that they do. And they're always I've seen like live streams of people walking around in the scare zones and stuff like that. And some people will do like the POVs as they walk through the houses. I'm okay to watch those, but can I do it in person? No, thank you, and I don't think I want to. I've also done, you can't take video, but you can take pictures. So I'll have like a slideshow. I think I also have a slideshow of that I created with PowerPoint, and I put creepy music to it, or like Halloween type music, where I took pictures of some of the behind the scenes for the haunted houses. They'll do a daytime tour, and you can either do a 3-house tour, which takes 3 hours, or a 6-house tour, and it takes 6 hours. Because they'll go through, they'll tell you the story or the premise of the house, and they'll tell you a little bit about how the house was created, or what material they used, or a history behind why they chose to use this house, that type of thing. It's quite neat. But you can't film, and you can only take pictures in certain rooms. And then they give you the, like, because you signed up for it, they give you something free. Last time I did it, I got a like Halloween Horror Nights lanyard, which I stick in my souvenir box type thing. Same cat this week seems to be lighter work wise, so I should be able to get to writing. It looks like maybe next Sunday's sprints will be Camp NaNoWriMo sprints, or you can at least use those sprints. I realized that too late with the 5 cats. I feel so bad now, but that was years ago. Even growing up, though, with cats, I think we had... I'm trying to think. We had 2 cats. We had Bootsy and Tigger. But then my sister added a cat, so we had Donatello. And I'm trying to think, because I think we only had 1 or 2 litter boxes for those 3. And then we had Isis. We got her in 2010, I think. So we only had her, so 1 litter box there. And then the boys, Ralphie and Simon, came a year later, but they were so small that in the beginning I basically had to like wipe them with a Q-tip because they were too small to use the litter box. And then as they got bigger, then I trained them to use the litter box. But even then they were so small that we didn't buy a second litter box until we moved to this house. So, I don't know. He's just being a grumpy old man, I think. He, like I said, he's 13. Unfortunately, I'm famous for overextending myself. Yes, I do that too. My husband's always like, "You're doing too much. Stop it." And I'm slowly trying to figure out how to do all of the things, but not do all of the things, which is where all of my scheduling and lists come in. It is so hard to find products that are both dairy and sugar-free. Oh. I imagine that it would, because if it's dairy-free, then it's going to have sugar. And if it's sugar-free, it's going to have some sort of dairy. Oh, that would be hard. Oof. She's trying to keep her skin clear and read somewhere that helps it. Not that her skin is bad, and she's gorgeous either way, but I'm just mom, right? They go through phases. She might do that for a while, and either she's going to find that it's very hard to find either sugar-free or dairy-free products, or like I said earlier, she's going to have to choose. Like, I don't think I would be able to do both. I would have to pick one or the other. I would think sugar-free is easier. I've never read anything about not doing dairy and sugar, and that helps your skin clear. I don't know. I might want to go. I'll Google that now because now I'm interested. I'm interested to see what I find. I'd also be happy to help you with Canva. Thank you. I will. I might have to, reach out and say, how do I do this? Because like I said, I'm gonna play with it some more and see if I get frustrated. Then I might reach out because I have all the patience in the world, but when it comes to learning certain like computer programs, I have no patience. We'll see. We'll see. I have done a couple of book covers in Canva, but very simple ones. I bought the cover for my first novel, and it is so, so pretty. Ooh. I've created a book cover before, but I definitely wasn't in Canva. It was, I want to say I just did PowerPoint, or maybe not. Maybe it was something else. I'll have to see if I can find it. You got me thinking now. I use Pretty Litter, and it's amazing. Not as gross as the other ones. We did recently, or we're in the process of switching cat litter. We were using, or, well, we still are using it, but we use Tidy Cat, and for the longest time, because my oldest cat is 14, so we've been using this litter for like 14 years without any issue. Now, within the past, I would say year or two, the clumping portion of that litter does not work. It does not clump the pee clumps. And so when you go to scoop the litter box, it's literally like scooping wet cement. It's very hard to scoop out. I can only and it cements together. So like if they pee like this, but someone pees next to it, then it like joins together and it's all one big clump. So I then have to break it up, and like I said, it's the consistency of wet cement, but starting to dry, if that makes sense. And it's a pain in my rear. I live in an apartment and there isn't room for more than one. Yeah, see, I just don't know where, because I don't want to put it in places where if we have guests come over, they're going to be like, why is your litter box in the living room? Like that's not, for me, that wouldn't work. But we do have, like I said, one in the solarium, which is connected to the master bedroom. So it would be towards the back part of the house, and there's tile floor. We have one outside because they go out on the porch, and then we just put one in underneath the utility sink in the laundry room. But I don't know. We'll see how he does. We're going to take off the diaper later and test him. And we'll see how he does. My son's cat had 2 accidents on his bed, and they ended up getting another litter box, and so far it's working. So 1 cat, 2 litter boxes. Yeah, because the veterinarians say they pee in one and poop in the other. They can't do both in one. Which I get, I guess, but makes me question cats. My mom visited my newly pregnant sister 3 weeks ago to help clean up the house after the cats. Both she and my brother-in-law work full-time. Needless to say, they appreciated mom's help a lot. I bet, because I know she's newly pregnant, so she's in her first trimester, yeah. The first trimester for me, when I had my son, I slept through most of my first trimester. My husband got was angry with me because he was like, "You are sleeping way too much. Like you shouldn't be sleeping this much. Why? There's something wrong." And I was like, "Uh, my obstetrician, OBGYN person said that this is normal. Like first trimester is just a symptom. Like you can sleep a lot because hello, you're creating life." So, and he was like, "Well, how are we going to combat that?" Cuz and I was like, "Well, I mean, I'm just going to have to start like meal prepping so that if I'm asleep, you can still eat and we'll figure it out." And then by the time my second trimester hit, I was fine. Like all that sleep, I was like cooking and cleaning and doing all the things again. And he couldn't keep up. So it just depends. But yeah, if someone had come and like helped me clean and take care of the animals besides my husband, I listen. I'd be feeding them with food and saying thank you and the whole nine yards. Pregnant people can't clean the litter boxes, right? Yes. Pregnant people cannot clean litter boxes because they don't want to have to worry about anything toxic that comes from the cat's feces or pee. And there's something in the litter or when the cats go to the bathroom that you could get it and it'll make you sick, but it also hurts the fetus. And I forget what it is. I want to Google it now and see. Okay, so it says pregnant women should avoid cleaning their cat's litter box if possible because of the risk of exposure to toxoplasmosis, a parasitic infection that can be transmitted through cat feces. It can cause serious health issues for an unborn baby, including miscarriage, stillbirth, or congenital toxoplasmosis, which can lead to mental disabilities or blindness. That. So, no scooping litter. I'm pretty sure a litter robot would frighten my old man cat. Mine did okay. Like I said, my oldest is 14 and then he's 13. His brother has no problem using the litter robot, but he refused. He would not go in it. And my other cat, Isis, she was fine with it. So it just depends. But you can set it up to do different intervals. So I think it was 5 minutes, 7 minutes, or 15 minutes. So, and it won't cycle if it feels that the cat is in there. It has a sensor. So if the cat goes in when it's starting to cycle, it will stop cycling. But my cats, they didn't like it. Nappies. Lou, I love you, Anna. I'm so American. Yeah, I knew what she was talking about, though. It's always interesting to see the differences in like where everyone lives and what they call different things. So I knew nappies were the same thing as diapers, and loo is the same thing as like bathroom. But there are some words that I can't remember them off the top of my head. But there was one word that someone said, and I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. If I remember what it is, I'll let you know. I was an investigator in another life, and it was a lot of fun. Also, kind of boring at times. An investigator in another life? Like a previous life? That would be cool. I would like to know if I just had a previous life. A paranormal investigator, that is. Oh, for like the haunted locations. That would be interesting to see. I was at Six Flags here one October during a day a few years back, and the decorations were cool, but I was not there at night. Ooh. I don't go to too many places that are like decorated or set up for Halloween. I will do like the drive-through, like Christmas lights, that kind of thing. Halloween, not so much. There's one. I think it's down here in Florida. They have like it's kind of like Christmas lights, but it's a drive-through haunted trail that you can go through, and there's a storyline. You tune into a certain radio station, and they tell you the story, and you can see what's happening outside as you drive through the trail. It's very interesting. I've never done it though. I've seen it on various vloggers channels. Jen, I know, very British here. LOL. That's okay. Bully cats are kind of awful looking back. Bully cats. I'm not sure. Like if the cat's bullying another one? Yeah, that would be bad. Mine seem to get along for the most part. Every now and then he starts a fight with one of his siblings, and then I have to break it up. I had one cat since last year and added a young guy a couple of months back, and it works. They have a friend, and old man is kind of like a dad. Isis is the same way with him and Simon, because they're like a year apart. Even though she was only a year old when we got them, they were so tiny enough that she would jump in and help me clean them. And then, so they get along to a certain extent. Yes, don't you? He's just happy I'm back home. I don't know if she can't, but I doubt she feels up to it after working all day while carrying a tiny human inside her. Yes. The littlest things tired me out when I was pregnant. So for this, I totally agree. Like, you have to take breaks. A lot of them. I've heard it's not healthy for one reason or another. I remember baking a human, and it is so much. It was. It was. It takes a lot out of you at certain times when you're going through a pregnancy. As a dude, I know nothing experiential about being pregnant, but observation has taught me that it's very tiring. Yes. And the cravings, let me tell you, the cravings are a whole nother thing, let alone like growing a tiny human inside your body. Um, the cravings are a whole nother story. With my son, I craved bacon cheeseburgers, only the bacon cheeseburgers from Burger King, and chocolate milk. My daughter, I craved anything fruit flavored. So, all kinds of fruit, anything grape flavored, and I don't like grape. And she got me to eat spicy food because I normally cannot handle anything past a mild packet at Taco Bell, and she made me bump it up to hot because I could not taste the mild. I had to go to hot in order to get the spiciness that I wanted. And then once I had her, it went right back. I couldn't do hot food or like spicy food. I worked until the day I went into labor, apart from a terrible month of bed rest. I have always done too much. Yes. I tried to take it easy um, during my pregnancy. I actually started to go into labor. Let's see, my son was born the same year as Hurricane Irma, and the barometric pressure caused me to go into labor with him. So I got to the hospital, and then my water, like I could feel. Hold on. my son, he brought me the suitcase that he used on the trip. And he's like, "Here, Mom, I'm done. It's empty." And I'm like, yeah, don't bring it here. Just put it in my room. I put it away. But yeah, so like I could feel the pop. And then I went to the hospital and then everything happened. And it happened very quickly. But then it was like he did a, "Okay, I'm ready to come out." And then he said, "Psych, I'm not coming out." So then I had to have a C-section. And then because I had a C-section with him, I had a C-section with my daughter. And she was I have a high pain tolerance. So when she was born, I started doing the weekly appointments for my OBGYN. I went to the first weekly appointment and they said I was 2 centimeters dilated. But not to worry because I was pregnant before. So if my water hadn't broken, then I was fine. And I was like, okay. And then I went a week later to the next appointment and they checked me again and I was 7 centimeters dilated. And they said, "Have you had any back pain?" And I said, "No." I said, I had like a small, very quick, like my back hurt yesterday, but as fast as it came, it went. You know what I mean? So like it didn't bother me for the rest of the day. So I thought nothing of it. And I really didn't have any back pain with my son either. So I didn't know. And she goes, "Okay, well, how do you feel now?" And I said, "I'm fine." I went to my appointment, no pain whatsoever. She checked me, said I was 7 centimeters dilated, double checked to make sure that she was like right. And then she was like, "We're calling you a transport because you're going to the hospital because you're going to have this baby today." And I was like, "I'm sorry, what?" And she goes, "You're going to have your baby today, like soon, because you're 7, almost 8 centimeters dilated." By the time so I went in the ambulance. By the time I got to the hospital and they hooked me up, I said, "Can we wait a few minutes?" She checked me. I was 8 centimeters, almost 9. And she goes, "You're having this baby today." And I said, "I get that." I said, "But you're going to have to do a C-section. Like, my son didn't come out through the birth canal, so she's not either." I said, "So could you wait a few minutes? My husband is on the way." Well, it took them, I think, 45 minutes to like gather all of my information, do all of the checks that they needed to do, hook up an IV, and prep me for the C-section. By the time my husband got there and they let him into the delivery room, he was able to walk in, say hi, and I think he had just missed the opportunity to cut the umbilical cord. But what we didn't know is that I had my phone in my hand, so I didn't let go of it. The nurse took it because it was unlocked. She took my phone and she took pictures of my daughter as they were pulling her out. So, like, you couldn't see where they had cut the C section, but you could see her laying on my stomach before they took her to get cleaned up and everything. So, I have those little Easter eggs. Um, So each one, and they were both born in different hospitals. I don't know why. I would have used the same hospital. I took a graphic design class and loved it, but I don't know if I learned enough to make a great cover in Adobe. I would like to take a graphic design class. I've been looking at what's it called? Skillshare, I think it's called, or Masterclass. One of those two. I think those might be. But I would like to take one of those just so that I could learn either graphic design or I know Masterclass is it? I think they have writing classes that are taught by actual authors like Margaret Atwood and Neil Gaiman and stuff like that. I would like to take those and see how they help. But I would love to take a graphic design at some point. I use Fresh Step and it's amazing. I'm trying to think of the one that we got. Arm & Hammer. I think it's Arm & Hammer Slide. You're supposed to be able to, clumps and all, just slide it right out of the litter box and then put fresh stuff in. We're going to try it and see how it goes. Speaking of cats, is the one on the chair behind you real or plush? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Nope, he's real. This is Ralphie. He just likes to sit still when he's on the chair. But he is most definitely real. He is one of 3. That's Raphael, or we call him Ralphie for short. And then we have his brother Simon, and then they're not related, but Simon and Ralphie are related. They're from the same litter. Isis is not, but she's only a year older, so we say that's their sister. Pretty litter clumps the poop, and when you clean that, it soaks in the pee. Doesn't smell bad if you clean it once a day or so. That sounds like the litter that we had to use. The veterinarian used it to detect that he had a UTI once. And he said, use this litter only for him. And if it turns a certain color, then you know that he has a UTI. And that's how we figured it out. And then we had to give him antibiotics. Kind of pricey, but I really like it. I've seen it in Target. It is kind of pricey. I think all cat litter is kind of pricey too. The Tidy Cat for one jug, not the big container. One jug was like $12. And I think this new one that we're going to try was $15 for 19 pounds. Just why? LOL, mine is in our single bathroom. Deal with it, guess. But see, there's things that, like, even if you put it in the bathroom, you could probably set it up so that it's hidden in a way so that they don't know that the cat is in there using it as a litter box unless they like go in or pop out. You know what I mean? My bathrooms are not that big. Otherwise, I would put it in the bathroom. I wonder if I could put one, now that you say bathroom, I wonder if I could put a litter box in my master bath. Because we have 2 sinks, but there's, like, the counter's one piece, but there's an open spot underneath. I guess they set it up as, like, a vanity. I wonder if I could put one there. I would have to rearrange. Food for thought. I will look into it. That's not a bad idea either. Mine is under the kitchen window. I clean it once a day. It never smells bad. That's what we're doing now with the ones that we have set up. We scoop them at the end of the day. Going to get groceries. I'll be back. Okie dokie. I think we're almost done with the comments, and then we'll get into our final sprint. I do love Halloween decor, and it's all over my house in little ways. I will wait until probably September, and I'll put out Halloween stuff, and then I'll also put out a mixture of like Halloween and fall. And then once Halloween is done, I take the Halloween stuff down, but leave the fall decor until the day after Thanksgiving, because that's when the Christmas stuff goes up. I regularly teach my students British terms. Our textbook mostly focuses on standard American English, but I still think it's important to know what it means when they hear I'm taking the lift. Is that like I'm taking the elevator? That's what I think of when I see that. I feel so bad for my Lily cat now. No worries. You do the best you can with what you have. That's one thing I've always been taught is you do what you can to the best of your ability with what you know and what you have. Or I need a new pair of trainers. I see that and I think of I need a new pair of sneakers. like shoes. I like that idea, rope. Oh. The reason I went on bed rest is because of a trip. I walked and hiked a lot and boom, preach. Ooh. Yeah, you got to be careful. I had a friend that did that. She went hiking, and I think for her, she went hiking and it just kept going up and up. So I think the altitude got her, and she had to go on bed rest. But yeah, you got to be careful when you're getting close to that time. Both of my kids were born in my 37th week. So technically they were full term. But they didn't go to the full 40 weeks. And ironically, they were born very close in time and very close in weight. So I don't know. I don't know if that says anything in particular. Apparently, my sister turned around while my mother was in labor and wanted to come out feet first. The doctor had to turn her around before helping her get out of there. Oh, I've heard of that happening. There's a certain term for it, I think, right? Is it a breech? Or is that where they're trying to come out butt first? I don't know. There's a term for when they're trying to come out feet first. But yeah, I couldn't have. Just thinking about that makes me feel uncomfortable. Like, I can't imagine someone sticking their hand up there to move things around so that it can come out the proper way. Nope. Mm-mm. What a job to have, right? Yeah. When I decided to go back to college, I promised myself I'd take fun classes for electives like graphic design, some psychology classes, things like that. Yeah, and if you think about it, you're also taking classes so that you're well-rounded in different things. LOL, it moved right when you read that. Oh, the cat. Yeah. He does. He will sit still. I don't know if you can see, like, he's all sprawled out now. He's going to go to sleep. If I move a certain way, then he kind of moves. Almost all of my Gen Ed was completed in a past life. Nice. Yes, that's the litter. Gotcha. With 2 cats, I won't know who is sick, but that's never happened. I can usually pinpoint. With my cats, I can tell whose meow is whose because they all meow slightly different. Simon doesn't really meow unless there's something wrong. Ralphie will meow. He doesn't really meow unless he wants my attention. And Isis, she meows when she wants her treats. Or she will come up and she'll paw you, and then she'll like want you to follow her. And she'll lead you to whatever she wants. So if she needs food or water, or if she wants her treats, or if she wants to go outside on the porch, she will lead you to whatever it is. Breach. That's what I was thinking, but I wasn't 100% sure. We'll go with that. It sounds legit. Yeah, I mean, let me see. I'll Google it real quick. I like Googling things because I like to know. What is it called when baby comes out feet first? When a baby is positioned in the womb with their feet or butt first instead of a head first, it's called a breech presentation. This can happen to 3 to 4% of babies near birth. Aha, you were correct. Hello, hello. No, we have one more sprint. It will be a shorter sprint. It'll be 30 minutes, but we have one sprint left. Hello, welcome. Tell us what you're reading or doing. Jen says, I'll know pretty easily if the 1-year-old Hellion is sick. The older one would let me know, but he's already so needy with me. I've noticed that. Um, you talk about the older one being needy. This one here, he follows me like a little duckling, and Isis will come and sit on my desk with me, and then Simon will sit underneath the desk by my feet. All three of them are usually within a 5-foot radius of me, somewhere in some way, shape, or form. Whether they're sitting next to me, laying on my desk, laying under my desk, um, on the back of a chair, they're always near me. Nope. We're just talking about cat litter and human pregnancy. You know, all topics are a go. There are a few things that I won't talk about, but for the most part, it's free game. I typically don't like to talk about religion, politics, conspiracy theories, but I will talk about anything reading, writing, movies, music, any kind of book. Theme parks, I'll do that too, because I go to the theme parks a lot. I figured he was needy because he was alone for a bit and the new guy helped, but older one still loves to cuddle, especially in my room alone. My cats do it too, and I think it's just something that they do once they get older. They want to be closer. Um Sorry, he had something like a crusty or something near his eye. But he likes to just he's hanging out. See, he's moving around. And they shed so much. You're right, Ralphie. Yeah. You just want to hang out. You just want to hang out. Alright, I think that was the final sprint. This is the final sprint. Yes. So let me change the cat. We'll do 30 minutes as our final sprint. Let me find my banner. Because after this, I have to fold some more clothes and put things away and unpack from the trip and meal plan, make a grocery list. I should probably write this all down because I'll forget it. That's what I do. If I don't write, I'm at the point in my life where if I don't write it down, I will forget it within a 5-10 minute increment. Who was this? Good call. With general streaming audiences, it is best to avoid topics of religion, politics, and the Great Pumpkin. You mean the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown? We can talk about Charlie Brown and the Great Pumpkin. I like Charlie Brown and the Great Pumpkin. And in life in general. Yep. At some point this month, we'll also have like a live building Legos. So one of the weekends I will have I'll have my reading sprints on Sunday, but it'll be on a Saturday. I think we're setting it up for the 20th. We'll do like a live Lego with me, and I'm just gonna pick like a small Lego set to put together, and we can chat while we build Legos. So if you have Legos that you want to build, come hang out and build them. Well, religion and politics, though, I took a really great religious studies class. I took one as not a religious class really, but it was they called it a writing intensive class that was part of our graduation in college to get a bachelor's degree. My writing intensive class was the Bible as literature. The that in itself was interesting. My professor was Dr. Pringle. I'm not kidding. I can't make this up. His name was Professor, he was a doctor, Dr. Pringle. And the first sentence out of his mouth to the introduction, first day of the class, because remind you, this is a Bible as literature class. The first sentence he said was, "Do not believe the Bible. It is a bunch of shit." He said, "How can you believe in something that has two creation stories? It's one or the other." And he said, then he went on his spiel about how we're not going to go into depth of the Bible. This is not a Bible study class. This is Bible as literature. And we will talk about the ins and outs and the differences between the creation stories, and we will touch loosely on some of the other parts of the Bible. But he said this is a writing intensive class, so your papers don't really have to like prove one way or the other. It's how you feel about it, how you feel on a certain topic within the Bible as literature. And then we went from there. And we were a class of 200 or so. But I passed, and that was all that mattered. That's the one-liner I usually say if someone at work asks me, "What do you think of insert religious news story or political news story here?" Yep. Most of the time I just go, "I don't know." And then I change the topic. I do know, but it's just I don't. There's so much in the way of like this side versus that side right now, and I don't want to get involved. I have family that is super political and does not share my beliefs, so I don't spend time with them. It's exhausting. My dad is kind of that way a little bit. He's very much Republican, and he's like, "I swear up and down you're the Democrat and you're the reason and blah blah." And I'm like, "Nope," because I have no a party affiliation. So, I can vote either one. And so I may vote Republican on one thing and Democrat on the next. It doesn't matter. It just depends on who has the structure and what I believe we should be doing, if that makes sense. What I go after, what each person is bringing to the table versus the other person that they're you get it. See? This is why we don't talk about politics. This was religions across the board, Eastern and Western. Ooh, I have a book like that. Let me see. Is it in here? I don't see it, but I have one that talks about world religions, and I want to read it. Just to see like the similarities and the differences between all of them. So I think it would be neat to read. That class sounds tough. It was. We were broken up. I think the teacher had 5 TAs. There was that many students. So we would go to lecture and then we would meet with our TA afterwards and we would talk about what was discussed in class, and then he would hand out the paper of like a sheet of questions that we would have to answer and or our next paper topic that we would have to answer. And then the TA would grade it, and then we record the grade to the teachers, and it was a lot. I was glad when that class was over because my hand, I'm left-handed, and my wrist was like dead. At work, I popped in earbuds and listened to podcasts or books and ignore everybody. I hated those. Yep. I would do the same thing. Or I would just go, I have to go do this, and then I would walk off. If someone wants to rant about a specific topic, I let them. They usually just want a listening ear to process the intense feelings, not necessarily someone to agree with them. Yep. That kind of is a let them talk at you and not to you. My dad does that a lot. And it's just because he wants to rant about whatever the topic is. So he talks at me, I listen, and then he's done. And then we talk about other things. Oh, I got that one. Back from the shops and about to make lunch on the sprint. Ooh, what's for lunch? True, but these conversations would get so heated. Yes. That's what I do. Yep. Sorry, I've got to go. Thanks for sprints. You're welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Anytime. When I'm talking with someone who clearly wants me to agree with them, even if I do, I change the subject. Close friends and trusted family members are the exception. Agreed. It's kind of what I do. I have a family member that she will go to like 4 or 5 different people to get their opinion. She'll ask for advice. She'll say, what should I do about insert thing here? And she will ask about, advice on what she should do. But what she's really doing is she's asking 4 or 5 different people because she's already made up her mind, and she just wants somebody to justify that she's doing the right thing. And to be honest, I can't tell you if you're doing the right thing. I can only give you like advice from the experience that I have, right? So if I haven't done it, I could say, well, you could do this or you could do that, but it's really up to you, because at the end of the day, you are the one making the decision, not me making the decision for you. Because I could make decisions for you, but then if it goes badly, you would blame me, right? I don't want you to blame me. So you have to learn from what you do. So at the end of the day, I could say, well, here's my advice. And you could get the advice of those 4 other people. But at the end of the day, you have to make a decision based on what you know and what you feel is right for you. And my family member does not get that. So I disagree with my parents on the nuances of certain issues, but at least we all agree that they are nuances. Yep. See? As long as you know that everyone's going to have a difference of opinion, but can still come together and say, we may be different on this topic, but we come together on other topics, you're fine. I just stay quiet with that family and let them go and complain when I get home. I kind of do the same thing. Can you believe this happened? There's a little conspiracy theory going on in these conversations now too. So, it happens everywhere you go. There's always going to be at least one. Breaded beef, tenderloin, rice, and salad. That sounds delicious. Food sounds good. That's what I'll be doing this next sprint. I'm going to finish the half a donut that I haven't finished, and then I'll probably switch out from coffee to my Dr. Pepper because I really want a Dr. Pepper. I'm aware that I can only control a limited amount of things in life and that I'm just one person and go from there. Exactly. We're also, like, I've been teaching my kids, if you can't control it, then leave it alone. Like my son's always trying to tell his sister what to do, but he can't control what she does. And I'm like, dude, if you can't control it, let her do what she's going to do. Otherwise, she's not going to learn what she can and can't do. Or you're going to tell her, no, she can't do that. But in reality, she can. So I know, like, all the time, I'm asking myself, can I control that? If the answer is no, then don't worry about it. You only focus on the things that you can control, like what you wear, what you eat, what you do, if you let people get to you or not. All of those things. Yum, Anna. It does sound delicious. I'm getting hungry. I used to tell my girl to count to 10 before she speaks because she had a little temper. That is not a bad idea. Because there is a thing out there that always like says think before you speak, because once you say something, you can't always take it back. So that's not a bad idea. I should teach that to my little ones, because I know my daughter. What is that noise? It sounds like someone's banging. I don't think it's the kids. My husband's doing something. It sounds like it's outside. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I'll find out what it is and let you know. It's still happening, so I have to go investigate. I would also tell her to find something to calm her, like art. Yes, that's always a good thing. Find something that you can use to like mellow out and calm yourself, and that way the frustration doesn't bottle up and spill over. Everyone has something that chills them out, right? Music is big for her as well. Yes, I will, depending on what kind of music it is, I will use music to clean, but that's also different music from music to calm me down. I typically use classical music to calm me down, but I will use upbeat music to clean. I don't know, it's just something about upbeat music or like dance party type music, um, that helps me motivate myself to keep cleaning and get things done faster. And then there's the classical music that just kind of sits and mellows me out. Their little emotions are all over the place for a while. It helps to figure out your thing early on. Yes. And that's what I've been kind of teaching my kids. Um, my son is 6, he'll be 7 this year, and my daughter turned 5. So I'm like, hey, if your brother's bothering you and you think you need time away, find something that you can do by yourself. Or because we always do independent play, we do quiet time, we do reading time, and then we'll do family time. So it just depends on what it calls for it. Because yes, at that young age, they are they are all over the place. Like when I'm sad, I listen to sad audiobook at work and cry it out. I don't like sad audiobooks, but I will listen to them. And when I need to, I will go and sit somewhere and just have a cry out. Ironically, reading is what calms me down. Speaking of which, yes, we are here for that last sprint. And I think you are the last comment, Rope. So let's go ahead and get that started. Thank you for that lovely transition. And I will see everyone. Final sprint, 30 minutes. And I'm going to go investigate that sound. Happy reading, happy productivity. Meow. All right. Welcome back from that final sprint, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the cat. We don't need the cat timer anymore. So I did my investigation as to what the noise was. It turns out my husband is outside doing he's like chopping a root that is kind of messed up our driveway. Sorry, my little one came in and he wants something, but I told him to go back out and wait because I'm going to be done in a few minutes. Ooh, he was starting to mess with the Lego set. That's a no-go in my book. But I decided to go ahead and tab the rest of my books for the month. So that's what I did besides investigating what the noise was. So hubby is outside doing yard work. He's cutting a root that has kind of like pushed the driveway up and starting to break up the driveway. So he's trying to remove that root so that hopefully he can like dig up some of the dirt and then kind of flatten out some of the pieces. It'll still be broken up and has to be redone at some point, but he wants to at least make it flat if possible. So we investigated that. I got my Dr. Pepper, and then I got the kids a snack because one of them wanted a donut, like the one I had, and the other one wanted pretzels. We're getting ready to do dinner in like 2 hours, and they are like, I'm hungry. And then I tabbed all of the rest of my books for the month. I have to tab 2 more, and then I'm done. So I'll finish that after sprints, and then I saw that I had two small loads of laundry to fold. So that's what I got up to in that 30 minutes. And I like I said, it went by too fast. This was the last comment that we left off on. Rope was getting us back on track. Thank you so much for that. We were going off on tangents, which is nothing wrong with that, but I gotta finish other stuff today. I drive for a living, by the way. Hey, that's what, well, I can't say he drives for a living, but he does drive a lot to go see some of his customers. My husband does. 905 words. Woohoo! That's a lot for 30 minutes. I guess it depends on how fast you type, too. Because I know I can do... Well, I would have to test it again, because the last time I did like a speed typing test, it said I could do 60 words per minute. So, got the tenderloin ready to be breaded. Rice is done, and I just need to cook the meat and make the salad. Ooh, yummy, yummy, yummy. That sounds yummy. I agree. I just finished Crown for the Prayer Shy. I've never heard of that one. Who's it by? I did a rough edit of my video. Now time to trim and add graphics. Yay! So productive. I'm still here and lurking. Have to take my son to work and do house things. I mean, you could do hose things with the hose, water a garden, fill up a pool, which I have to do sometimes. I'm going to go with house things, though. And that's okay. Like I said, lurk away. I meant prayer for the crown. Shy. Oh. What was it before? Oh, you didn't have the dash in there. Okay, I am. Hence the crying to audiobooks. Yep. I get it. House things, typos. I got what you meant. Figured it out. When these sprints end, I need to practice my Spanish before returning to my lesson plan projects. Habla español, por favor. I remember little things. I don't remember everything that I was taught in the 2 semesters that I took Spanish at college, but I remember little things. I type super fast. I taught myself with the ghostwriting gig. Hey, nothing wrong with that. The way I learned to type on a keyboard was 4th grade. They had the keyboard. You put your fingers on the home row keys, as they called it. And then for a week, they let us kind of figure it out, but you couldn't take your fingers off the home row keys. And then after a week, they took a piece of cardboard and they covered our hands. And then you had to like practice the typing without looking at the keys. You had to like only look at the screen, and if you messed up, you couldn't go back and change it. You just had to correct yourself moving forward. That's how I learned how to type. So I can literally be typing and look around and make sure that my kids are doing what they're supposed to be doing and not what they're not supposed to be doing. I lost the comment. There it is. The best way to pass time while driving. Audiobooks. Yes, that is very true.
Mommy.
Hold, please.
Mama.
They were coming in to Tattletale. All right. Thanks very much for sprints, Alicia. You're welcome, Kat. Enjoyed hanging out. Hope everyone has a great afternoon. You as well. And I will see you Wednesday for sprints. Or no, I forget if this is the week that you're not doing sprints or if this is the week you're doing sprints. I need to like get better at remembering things. Prayer for the Crown Shy by Becky Chambers. It's the sequel to Psalms for the Wild Built. Oh, see, I've never heard of that series. So thank you for telling me. I will look that up. By Becky Chambers. I don't think I've heard of that author. Is it? It almost sounds like it would be a religion based. Psalms for the Wild Built. Let me open this in a tab before I forget. A Psalm for the Wild Built. Okay, I got it. I will look into this one. This one has robots? Interesting. I will have to. I just saw like one keywords briefly. I will look into that and then maybe I will give it a try. It's a new author. I'm always looking for different things to read. I have clients part of the time and switch to music for them, but it's all about podcasts and audiobooks when I'm on my own. Fair enough. The only time I really listen to audiobooks is if I'm doing like an immersive reading. So I'll have the physical book and the audiobook and just let the book read to me. Ironically, I absorb more of the information that way. I don't know. Sí, habla poquito español. Sí. ¿Puedes practicar español conmigo? Soy español y lo Incio. I need to practice more, yes, if that's what you're saying. It's a definite, if you don't use it, you lose it. And I have lost all language abilities. I can speak English fairly well, but I know 3 other: German, Spanish, and sign language, and I don't really use it on a daily basis. So I'm constantly trying to retrain my brain to remember it. I learned the proper keyboarding finger placement through Mario Teaches Typing. What is that? I've never heard of that. I try not to edit as I write to speed up the process, but in 10 years I have learned how to write a pretty clean first draft. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, they usually say when you're writing to just do the rough draft and then go back, and when you edit, focus on one thing at a time. So when you're editing, you're picking something to focus on, whether it be character or description, plot, or just go through and do grammatical. That's how we were taught in my college classes. They always say when you're editing, focus on one thing and go through the whole thing. And then that way you're not constantly like going back and forth and changing names here but not changing names there, and then you change something here but you don't change it there. And then that way you stay consistent with editing. I learned how to fast type using a book my mom had from school and on a typewriter. On a typewriter? Wow. I like typewriters. I wish I had a working one, but sadly I do not. Now, we actually learned on some of the very first computers after they came out for personal use. At school, we had a computer lab, and that was basically us just going in and sitting at a computer, and we would load the big floppy disks, the big black floppy disks, and that would be our program. We had Oregon Trail, we had the typing game, we had a math game, and we would load it up, and then we were able to practice typing, or we could play Oregon Trail if we were done with our typing work, and we could do math if it specifically asked for math work that day. It just depends. I went to a lot of different elementary schools though. So the one where we learned typing, I was in Germany on a military base. So most of the kids were either military, or I think we had a couple of classrooms that actually were like younger kids, like preschool, but they were of German descent, I think. They had uniforms. I remember that much. And I remember they spoke a different language. I still look at the keyboard when I type, except when I look away and get a typo. Yeah, I do that occasionally, not too often with the typos anymore. I could steadily just type, and I will look away and just watch the kids for a few minutes and then look back and see what I've done. It isn't. I loved the first book. The first book? Of which one? I've already forgotten. Now I have to go back. I'll go back later and look. Now I lost my there it is. I lost my comments. I need to remember my sprints this week. Probably time to open my planner. Nah. Well, I'll do that later. I'm gonna go through my planner and plan out, because I also have to set up the rest of this month's reading sprints and my Lego build live that I'm doing with Sam. And there's one other thing I'm doing, but I have to plan all that. Muy bien. Quiero practicar mi español porque hay muchos personas. See, y'all are okay. It's too much. I definitely need to practice my Spanish. Something about Spanish and your writing. I can figure it out, but yeah. I get lost too. I'm so lost. I will get there. I'll go back and translate it. And then I'll go, oh, that's what they were saying. I'm telling them that they can write to me on social media if they want to practice, and that I'm glad there's many Spanish speakers where they live. Ah, I gotcha. Yes, the titular robot doesn't show up until about chapter 2. The opening focuses on the monk, but when the robot does show up, the book goes from pretty good to this is so great. I'll have to check it out. There's a couple of things that I started to check out. It's fun until you're editing a few thousand words all at once. Yes, editing in itself can be a nightmare. More Spanish. I work teaching Spanish and English as a second language. Ooh. I am a typewriter girl for learning, but I've adjusted. There are so many different, like, now they have like typewriters where it's not actually a typewriter. It's you can put your tablet in it and use it like a typewriter, but it types on the tablet. There's so many different things. Gracias. It's important. Translation, Alicia. It's kind of important to have a translation for Alicia. Yes, because my Spanish is horrible. And like I said, it's very little. I have to go back and learn all over, which means it's a good thing I kept my Spanish textbook and my Spanish notes and work and stuff, because I can go through and rework that. My longer nails are getting in the way right now and adding letters to everything. Yeah, I typically, like right now, I don't have nails, but when I do, I tend to keep them pretty short. I've been trying to grow mine out, but with my anxiety and stuff, every now and then, I won't even know I'm doing it. And I'll just sit here and go like this. And then I'll get like a little niche in my nail. And then that little like spot bothers me. So then I pick at it until the nail. I gotta work on that. It's better than nail biting. I used to nail bite and then I got braces and that it cut that habit, but then it caused me to just pick at my fingers. We had typewriters all the way up my junior year of high school, and then we had 6 computers in the library when I graduated. We didn't have typewriters. We had computers. I'm trying to think of how many we had. Because it was a small room. I would say probably about 10 to 20 computers. I mean, it was enough for one class of students to go in there and do their computer lab time. So, but I think the one in Germany was a little smaller. I want to say it only had like 10 to 12 computers. I can pick out words in that, but that's it. Yeah. Me too. I just realized that for you just realized? What did you realize? Same. I took 3 years of French in high school as if I'd actually use it, then Spanish in college 100 years ago. What? You took Spanish in college 100 years ago? Hmm. Um, I actually took sign language in college because at the time my mom was hard of hearing, and so we used sign language. Um, and then when I transferred to the one that I graduated with, my bachelor's, they told me I could not use sign language as my foreign language credit. I had to choose something that I could read and write. So I ended up taking Spanish because they recommended that one was the easiest of the languages. Because I thought about taking German to revamp my German, but uh, I didn't want to take it and then risk failing it and not get my foreign language credit. So I took Spanish, which worked out because one of my best friends, her and I helped each other out in that, and we've been best friends ever since. I just realized that we're probably starting to sound like Charlie Brown's teacher. Wah, 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 wah. I always imagine what they're actually saying instead of wah, wah. In the beginning of days of ghostwriting, I would listen to the book on top of editing, no more. I imagine that would get tricky. Do y'all remember Alpha Smarts? I thought those were so cool and futuristic, and then the iPad came out, and I forgot about those things. I've never heard of Alpha Smarts. I want to look that up. I don't recall that one. I do not. I take collagen, and mine are so strong, but I need to trim them down. I'm a nail biter as well. Oh, nails. Yeah. My husband's, he cuts his weekly because he cuts them and then they grow back. And I'm like, can I have your nails, please? I had a drama teacher who was also an English language arts teacher. So whenever we needed to type scripts, she would take out the Alpha Smarts, basically digital typewriters for us. I have to Google this. I have to know what it looks like. Alpha Smarts. Let's try to. Oh. I don't think I've ever used one of those. I see there's different kinds, and I'm looking at the pictures. No, I don't think we had those growing up. Like when I was in school, I don't think we had those. I'm old. LOL. Aren't we all in some way, shape, or form? There have been spurts of college over the years. Nothing wrong with that. 100 years ago. You're a time traveler. You know, I was beginning to question the same thing. I feel like it. Let's do the time warp again. Quick, name the movie that it's in. That song is in. I know, do you? Ha ha ha. You find so many errors, but all it did was put me to sleep. Plus, it was my own writing. I have to go. Thanks for spins. Bye, everyone. Bye, Devin. Thanks for coming to hang out with us. Ooh, I had this great word processor that was like a typewriter with a little electronic screen. I think that's the Alpha Smarts that they're talking about. There are other ones out there I've seen. And now they can do it where you can just add your tablet. There's a strip to add your tablet in, and then you can basically add or sync a keyboard to your tablet so you don't have to type on the screen. You can type on a actual keyboard. I have one of those somewhere. Do I use it? No. Exactly. I loved it. To be able to find what I wrote on that thing now would be incredible. Do they actually keep memory? These things. So if you type something on it, then it remembers and you can go back and look at it. Or do you have to like plug it into something and then transfer it from that to the computer or something? There are ones that keep you focused on writing, I heard of. Yes, I've heard of that too. And there's also ones that there's programs, and I forget what it's called. I would have to Google it and look for it, but there is a program that you type, and if you stop typing after a certain amount of time, it will start to delete what you wrote. Excuse me. But it helps to encourage you to keep going, and you can set like a timing. So like you could do it for a minute or 5 minutes, but you have to keep typing the whole time. And if you don't, then it starts to erase what you wrote. It was very weird, very stressful. I tried it once. I think it used some sort of disk or something. Yeah. All right, so we've reached the bottom of the comments. I'll take that away because we don't need that. I'm going to go ahead and end this here because we're almost 5 hours in. But I have things to do today for the rest of the day. And wow, it's already 4 o'clock. At least my time. I'm in Central Time. So I will bid you all adieu. I will say thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sprinting. I hope they were helpful in your reading and your productivity. I'm now going to go find some other sprints. Let me see if I can find a couple. It looks like Katie is still sprinting. It doesn't say whether or not she's on her last sprint, but I will post that one again. Katie's sprints I will post. And then also Pris from Pris Peruses. Looks like she's also doing some sprinting and hanging out. I think that's hers. Yes. So there's 2 people right there that if you need more sprints, I will probably go and join Katie's sprints or whoever else is sprinting, and then I'll be able to use their sprints to get my stuff done. But thank you everyone for coming by. You're welcome. Let's see. Thank you. There's Katie's sprints. Adieu to you and you and you. Ah, the sound of music. Used to love that watching growing up. Thank you so much for sprints. You're welcome. You're welcome. Hope you have a great end of the week and beginning of the next one. You as well. There's Pris Peruse's sprints. Go say hello, hit the like button, hang out. There are a few right now, Paper Tiger and the Revised Rider to name 2. Ooh, I will have to look into those. Oh God, he's cutting the root again. I'm gonna go check on him. But thank you everyone for coming. There will be a video up later on and some coming this week. And then of course, sprints next Sunday. Bye.